Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming this morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Also have a little change in the agenda. We're going to move 4.1 after 5.2. The mayor will be doing after the autonomy, if that's okay with everybody. So can I have the adoption of the agenda as amended? Councillor Warren, second Councillor Richardson. All in favor? Thank you. Declaration of community interest. Seeing none. And adoption of the minutes from the previous meeting. Somebody? Councillor Joyce, second Councillor Richardson, all in favor? Thank you very much. No deputations, no correspondence, and we'll jump right into 5.1, the police service budget presentation by the police chief, Kurt Robinson. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairperson, members of the board, staff, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to present our 2026 proposed budget. I'd just like to note that also present with me today is the board chair, Val Barkey, and our finance manager, Leah Ray, who assisted with the preparation of this document as well. So we'll get right into it. Maybe. I don't know if my mouse is going to work. There we go. Oh, now it's really going to jump. Catching up. Sorry? Point to, okay. So overall budget increase for Kawartha Lakes Police Service this year, 10.23%. So I will go through breaking down some of the pressure points that we have, as well as some of the mandated training that's been thrust onto the policing sector by the province in the coming year. So of that 1023, 8.66 of that increase is strictly salary and benefits. This was a negotiated contract between the Kawartha Lakes Police Services Board and the Lindsay Police Association earlier this year that covers us for the next 3 years, this year and the next 2 years. And that is, as I said, strictly salary and benefits covers the bulk of that increase. But included in that increase is a mental health crisis nurse who has previously been covered by grant funding. So grant funding, I can't speak to how things are for you in the municipal side, but in the policing world, it's very unreliable. For years, we have received the mental health crisis response grant, and it has covered the nurse's position. So in early 2024, we applied for the same grant for a 3-year grant cycle. In late October of last year, we received year 1 of the grant, and it wasn't retroactive to the start of the year. So they gave us the full amount that we applied for November 1st, but we could only claim it from November 1st forward, and we had to apply for the remaining 2 years of that grant. So when that call came out in January of this year, we reapplied for year 2 and 3 of the grant, and here we are 6th of October, and we've been told unofficially that we're going to get at least the first year, but we have received nothing officially from the ministry on that funding yet. So we don't know if we got it. We don't know if it'll be retroactive. We don't know if we're going to have to reapply for the 3rd year come January. So for this year's budget, we have just made the decision to add our mental health crisis nurse, who is a part-time staff with us, into our budget so that we can have some reliability in knowing that she will be with us. And just to give you an example of what that nurse means to our service and our community, 2024, 312 face-to-face meetings with clients in the community, with those who are suffering from mental health. She also attended 115 live crisis calls and conducted 388 follow-up visits with members of our vulnerable community suffering from mental health issues, which in a lot of times kept those people from attending the hospital. So a very, very good service for our community and for our officers, because they have the ability of having a mental health professional attending those calls and making some of those assessments. So that's an addition to our staff, and we're seeking to add 1 new police recruit in May of next year. We're going to defer it till May. And I'll explain that for you in a minute. So just a little bit more on the mental health crisis nurse makes up 0.8% of that 8.33 of the original salary and benefits. That's what her percentage will cost us. The new recruit will take up 0.6% of that. Okay. And then with the new recruit, hiring them for May will mean they can start their initial training at the Ontario Police College, which takes 3 months. Then they can complete their field training with a coach officer, gaining all the necessary skills they need on the road. And then they would, by the end of the year, late November, they would be on their own and be able to work without a coach. And that will allow us then to create a staff sergeant position. So staff sergeant position is 0.11 of that, because it's about $12,000 to have the staff sergeant in place in December of next year. In creating the staff sergeant position, they're going to take some of the duties off of the frontline patrol supervisors, some of the more administrative duties, and allow the frontline patrol supervisors to be out on the road actually supervising their officers in the field. Earlier in the year, or I guess it was in 2024, the Ministry of the Attorney General introduced a new disclosure protocol that's required for all police services for all criminal files that are going to court. Right now, our sergeants, on top of all the other calls, they're reviewing the work of all of their people. They're also mandated to check these files as well, which is sometimes overwhelming for the sergeants because of the amount of work. They're also out responding to calls. So the staff sergeant will take over all of those, ensuring that the quality of the documents we send forward to court are fulsome and accurate, and will allow us not only to have put our best foot forward at a trial and presenting our case to the Crown and to the judge, but also for the people that we serve, the victims of our community who've been a victim of a crime, and then our people can put our files forward in the best manner we can so that the Crown doesn't withdraw it because it's not completed properly. They will also the staff sergeant will also take over some of the duties from the two inspectors that they're doing right now, and allow them to focus more on an overarching view of the sections that they have, and come up with a little more proactive programs for them as well. And just looking at the two inspectors spend a great deal of their time. One inspector spends a great deal of time just with scheduling, and it takes away from their ability to be mentoring their people. And the other inspector has a great deal of time spent with professional standards and recruiting and some of those type of things. And just back to the disclosure protocol, in 2024, we were up 300 criminal charges over 2023, and those numbers haven't slowed down in 2024. So we don't want to have people reviewing those files. Sometimes the sergeants are reviewing them at 3, 4 in the morning, which isn't the most opportune. So adding the staff sergeant to monitor and do some quality assurance on those files is very, very important. Okay. And yeah, as the overall of the budget, it's 1.3% increase for those 3 spots, and 1.5 of the salary and benefits section. So here we'll get into the mandated training. With the implementation of the Community Safety and Policing Act in April 1st of 2024 came mandated training. Our budget for 2025 allowed for the hiring of 4 new special constables, and they will be hired later this year. And part of the requirements of their training is the ministry says they have to complete, there's 4 to 5 weeks of training, but they didn't tell us how to deliver it. They just offered it to us. So some police services are training themselves. We don't have that capacity in-house, so we have found training for them that will cost around $4,000 per officer. We are budgeting for 5 because we regularly see members of from our special constable complement who leave and become police officers, and it's a great recruiting program for not only our police service, but other police services as well. So we're anticipating we'll lose at least 1 more from either our station special constables or from our court security department. And mandated the mental health crisis response training. So what this is for us is virtual reality training for officers to attend scenarios to enhance their response to live calls in the field. This is mandated for every police officer in the province of Ontario for the virtual reality equipment and salary and all of the other things that go along with it. $105,000 just for the training equipment and licensing. So with anything that comes with electronics nowadays, there is licensing that has to be renewed every year, and the equipment is a virtual reality headset. The training has been sole sourced by the province to one company, and we ordered the ordering of the equipment has to come from the US, so we're vulnerable to the tariff situation as well. But it's something that is mandated for every police officer, and if we do not do it, we will not be in compliance with the new regulations. And yes, I know some questions have already come about this when I've talked about it. This is all mandated by the ministry, but there's no funding available from the ministry to do it. It's put back to the police services or their budget. And just point out, there is a typo there. That this is 0.9 of the overall budget, not 0.09%. So I apologize for that section. So 100 and roughly by the time when we add salary into that, it's about 125,000 for that project alone. So of required training that we have no say over, we must complete it. So the remainder of the budget is capital and operating, and we're not looking for any big additions. We have a cruiser that's nearing end of life. We're starting to incur some bills with it, so we will rotate that out of our frontline patrol fleet, and we will replace it. Last year, I talked about the price of cruisers, and I'll get into that in a minute. CCTV system expansion. The cameras themselves in our station are over 15 years old, most of them, and the servers are over 8 years old, and they're getting to end of life. And we're also adding 3 new cameras to what we have currently to cover some blind spots that have been identified within the facility. So that's just a look at the costs that have gone up on just on police cruisers. So this year we're at $61,497 in 2025 to purchase a cruiser, and that doesn't include the upfitting. That's strictly to buy the vehicle. On top of that, we're looking at another $15,000 to $20,000 depending on the availability of parts and where they're coming from. But so it varies a little bit. So we're looking at the better part of $80,000 for a cruiser just to upfit it. And then finally, there's what we're asking. $13,684,975 is our total operating and capital with recoveries. You'll note at the bottom, 1.9 million we receive in the form of recoveries from grants. If we get them, we have some secondments. We have numerous grants we apply for the RIDE programs. We are covered by grants. We have the sergeant in charge of our community response unit is covered by grant funding. We have a couple of officers who are on secondments to other agencies, fully funded by those agencies, and provide great resources to our staff. And then, as I talked about the Mobile Crisis Response Team grant already, and some of the unreliability of grants and how they're coming. We have another grant that's expiring. Bail compliance is a grant we have that's expiring in March of next year, and we have yet to find out whether or not where we're at with that. If it'll be, we think it's going to be continued, but we don't know. So 11 million is salary and benefits, 125,000 in mandated training, and aside from that, I'll open the floor to questions.
Councillor Richardson.
Good morning, and thank you, Chief, for the update. I really appreciate it. Recognizing the challenges when it comes to, the positive impact that the registered mental health nurses, facilitating on-calls, plus recognizing that this mental health crisis training is mandatory. What have you seen it, what percentage-wise have you seen for increase in those type of calls, and the importance to our community for, having those type of techniques, so to speak, put in place so we can cover off these kind of calls more efficiently?
I don't have the exact percentage of increase of those calls, but they're on a daily basis, if not more. I know just last week we had a call that the crisis team went to because we had a person who wasn't going to come out of the house, and we were concerned for the safety of many people. So it's a daily basis. They're more than a daily basis are on calls, but the big benefit we see is the follow-up work that is done with the team. Because sometimes it involves people who've missed their court dates, and they could be we don't know why they've missed. We check on them. They are in crisis. The nurse is able to connect them with the resources they need and divert them out of the hospital and keep them from registering those calls for service that our frontline officers would then be tied up on attending. We do have a partnership we have a community partner who we've worked with for a number of years, but due to some staffing issues, they've been unable to provide their staff at all this year, and we don't know whether or not that's going to come back online. So we are just looking to solidify having that response available. And I know the officers have come to look for that nurse being available when they're going to the mental health calls, because she's the expert. She's worked in mental health for a number of years over her career, and she's the expert, and she can make a good determination on whether the person needs to be to the hospital or not. But to give you an exact percentage increase, I can get back to you on that, but I don't have that answer right now.
No, that's fine. It's an observation of what we're seeing out there, and I think in any of our emergency services, right, that impact mental health and how that cost is costing us to make sure we have the right tools. And we definitely would prefer to have some provincial funding to, help offset some of those costs for sure. Do you have any issues with WSIB, like officers being off, or, just cost-wise, or do you have a full complement?
No, we currently have 2 officers and one of our dispatch center staff who are off on WSIB, and I would say the 2 officers have been off long-term, and we're getting to that point with our other person as well. Yeah, which is certainly, and those are 2 who are currently off, and we're going through the motions on at least one other case that's still on our books as well.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I've always asked this question, so I'm going to ask it again. Always looking for efficiencies. Are there any areas within the 2 services in our area, the OPP and your service, that we can share? I'm thinking, the training and equipment, things like that, because policing is just going up and up and up and up, and it's, in a way, it's not sustainable. Yep. And it's always been a question of I know I've asked it, are there any ways that we can share service?
Yes, certainly. We do find efficiencies with our partners at the local OPP in relation to breath testing, drug recognition experts. We do joint ride programs, ATV. If there are times when there's calls close to the borders, if assistance is required, they'll be asked. As far as this training goes, we've gone with some of our smaller partners, Cobourg, Port Hope, and Peterborough. We have had discussions about how we can find efficiencies in sharing the costs of this training around. And the mental health crisis response training has received mixed reviews from some organizations, and we're going forward with it because it's required and we need it. And if there are discussions going on with those other agencies to see if we can find a partner to join us in that training. We do have some resource sharing already with Some of our technical crimes, one of the services has an officer who can conduct those investigations into cell phones, because the software and the training for just that type of work is very high, and for small services, it's hard to manage. So we've come together as a bit of a cooperative on that respect, and then we share our forensic identification unit, and we still share with those if needed as well. We've all offered the same breath testing, drug recognition experts. There aren't as many in the province, so we tend to share those around. We've even shared with Durham Regional Police has been a partner on that as well over the years. So we look for every efficiency that we can find. We apply for every grant that we can find. We have partnered with the Insurance Bureau of Ontario to assist in auto thefts and with vehicles. We get vehicles through them at a reduced rate for our detective office. But every opportunity we can find to get funding, we will apply for. But it's just becoming a little more unreliable at this time. And for some of the other areas, I'm willing to take the risk that we might not get it, but the mental health crisis response is just one of those areas that I feel that our community counts on, and I know it's a big service to our community, and it's something that I don't think is going away anytime soon. So having those resources available to us when we need it is key.
Through you, is it possible to get a list of things that we do share with the OPP to help both the services lower their bottom line?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's more right now with the formation of the new Community Safety and Policing Act. Gone are the days of just calling and asking for resources. There's a little more administrative work to it. But we also, from the OPP, we share marine patrols with them. We'll go out in the summer. Yep, I can get you a list for that.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Warren. A follow-up to that, I know when paramedics and the fire service have to share resources, if we send a truck to Peterborough County, they pay us and vice versa. So when you're sharing resources with the OPP, is there a billing back and forth, or is it just an acknowledged we're sharing?
There is a mechanism within the Act for cost recovery, but at this time it's more they help us and we help them, but we don't go down that road of cost recovery, because it is, I think at the end of the year, it probably works out fairly evenly.
So it's a wash. I like to hear that, actually. It's good. Thank you. Fully on board with, I think, good for you to be in working ahead here if you don't get the grant, still having this crisis mental health nurse on staff. I think that's very important. Question to that is there also tight collaboration with the nurse, with our social services team at the same time?
Our community response unit is heavily involved with the city's outreach teams, whether it's going out to some of the homeless encampments, or when they're going into some of the city-owned buildings and talking with clients in there. There is collaboration there and lots of communication. Perfect,
thank you. Two more questions. One is the salary and benefits. You said a 3-year contract, so that's front-end loaded 3-year deal. There's no more cost of living increases for 3 years.
There are increases built into that contract, and that's just what I've highlighted here is the impact for 2026. 2025 we've recognized already. In 2026 there is an increase, and as well as in 2027 there's an increase.
Can I ask what those increases are?
4.5% in 26 and 3 in 27. And that's starting to, when you go around the province, it's on par with the increases that are coming around the province. And certainly doesn't put our folks anywhere near the top of the scale when it comes to pay.
Thank you. The last question is grants and recoveries.
Yep.
What happens if, say, half of them don't come in for you? What happens then?
Some of them we have an officer who's assigned to the VI-class unit, which is a unit for any serious offenses. A booklet gets completed, it gets submitted to the VI-class unit, and it's provincially. It's updated provincially for everyone to use. So we have an officer there who then has great resources available to our detectives when they're needed. We have an officer who's seconded to the city in relation to one of the departments here, so that comes back. Then we have others that we'll have to look at. We may have to, I hope it doesn't get to that point, but we may have to look at reducing those units, or coming back to I'd go to the board and we'd have a discussion as to whether we look at just incorporating next year, in 27, adding them to our budget. Now, as I said, most of the grants that we have been long-term. Court security is a grant, over $500,000 that we receive every year in relation to funding court security. We get recoveries because we provide dispatch to the fire service, so we get recoveries from the fire service for that. So, and those two there cover a good, almost, not quite half of the total grants and recoveries that we receive. So some of those are, I don't want to say guaranteed that we're getting them, but the province is going to continue to fund court security in some function, and for now we're with fire as well.
Okay, thank you. So confidence is fairly high. I asked that question because there's actually the director's in this room when he said, "I don't count a grant till it's in the bank." So,
right. And I would agree with
that. That resonated with me.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. I got a couple of questions there. What happens if you don't meet the mandate training? Is there a penalty, a financial penalty, or anything? What happens?
That's a great question that we've been trying to get an answer to, but as of this time, the answer hasn't been given to us. But the date set out, I think it may move a little bit, but it is part of the act. It is a requirement, and it has to be completed. It was just whether they move the date a little bit from April 1st of 26. It may move further into the year, but it's part of the act, and we will be required to do it. And it's ongoing. It's annual training.
Okay, thank you for that. Any more questions? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, it says other capital. What sort of capital projects is there anything going into the building?
In 2026, there's nothing going into the building, but that's there are computer purchases. We have computer leases. We have our body-worn camera, those types of things that are all ongoing leases every year. Any other? Trying to think of major capital. It's the one cruiser. And just one cruiser this year. Yes. Yeah. And. Yeah.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, thank you very much. Can I have a motion to receive the police service budget? Councillor Joyce, seconded by Councillor Warren. All in favor? Thank you. And thank you,
Thank you.
Chief, coming today, and your staff coming today, present your budget today. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll take 5 minutes and wait for the next couple of minutes for the next group to come up. Thank you. Back to order. 5.2, the Autonomy and Conservation Budget Presentation by Jeanette Smith, Chief Administration Officer. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair and councillors, for having me this morning. And also, I'd like to do a bit of a shout out to your great staff. It's always a pleasure working with them and also seeing them again. So I will jump right into it. Overall, the Autonomy conservation budget is seeing a 7.4% increase. I'm going to explain a little bit around that, but for us at Autonomy, that means an overall increase of $115,000 across the 8 municipalities that represent us at the board. What that really means when we get into the level of detail, it has a 0% increase in the operating budget. And over the past year, we've walked through a number of processes to find efficiencies within our budget. And then that the increase actually represents reintroducing our capital budget back onto the levy, which we have not had in the past 2 years. Part of what the conservation authorities use is called the modified CVA, which for the portion of Kawartha Lakes, which is in the Autonomy watershed, is 0.67. And so sometimes municipalities for those portions in particular, they do see a lot of assessment growth, especially when the entire region is, or the entire municipality is in one watershed. However, for the portion for City of Kawartha Lakes, that's what it is. I did have a lot of questions in the last couple of years around apportionment and the assessment and how that works, so I've included that in this slide. The 2026 overall for the City of Kawartha Lakes is $11,149, and that represents an increase of $776. I just heard your staff say that's small. Yes, it is. With that, just to explain a little bit of some of the organizational reviews and budgeting planning work that we've done. So in April, I brought an organizational efficiency and alignment report to the board, and it highlighted a number of gaps that we had in our organization, but it also highlighted some opportunities that we had. Some of those opportunities and changes were legislative changes that we had, in particular with Bill 23 and a little bit with Bill 5. However, we also had some staff attrition. And so through that process, the next one was that in June, I brought back a 3-year draft operating budget. So this was our first time to really get into multi-year budgeting for us. And the board really appreciated seeing sort of those impacts over the 3 years. And again, really focusing on the operating component. And so we were able to demonstrate that the efficiencies for the operating budget are minimal over those 3 years, recognizing that we're going to bring some services in-house, but also reduce our consultant budgets. So a little bit more on this page. So for the operating component, again, it all becomes one levy, but for the operating component, to explain it, it remains the same as it was in 2025. Where we have made some adjustments, again, coming to that 0% increase, is that we have seen a drop in our permitting revenue. And so in COVID times, if you will, there was a huge increase in permitting, people doing a lot of things generally at their homes. We have seen now with the market conditions and everything that's dropping off. And so we took an opportunity to reduce that and bring it more down to what the new trend is. We've also had a Lakefield campground operations. The board had gone through an extensive review of that and understanding the the expenses and the revenue, so that has been reduced. We're no longer in 2026 going to be operating that. We've also had significant cost reductions in external consultant fees. And so primarily this is where we were in a shared services agreements with Ganaraska Conservation Authority, and now we're able to bring those services back in-house, which has been a cost efficiency for us. And we've also increased a little bit in our software modernization. The budget also has a 2% cost of living for staff, and then I've also referenced that service delivery. And we also are no longer drawing on reserves into our operating budget. So there's a lot of great things, if you will, Mr. Chair, that are packed into that small operating budget that we have. And we are able to achieve a lot. The capital, so while we worked on stabilizing our operating budget, which again, that 3-year draft operating budgets demonstrate that, we now are reintroducing our capital. So it's a small capital overall of $115,000. And we have a number of old privies that are in some of our conservation areas that we need to take down, an old gatehouse that we no longer have. And so we need to decommission a lot of these old assets that are sitting out there, and that we also are looking to buy some equipment that will actually help us do that rather than hiring consultants to decommission it. So there's a lot of savings within that. And we also, for the first time in that $115,000, are introducing a very small, it's overall $15,000 in as a contribution to capital reserves. So currently for Otonabee Conservation, our capital reserve is $1,300. And so we're introducing a small contribution of $15,000 that would be going towards that capital reserve to help build up for future, buffer those financial impacts in future years. And this is the apportionment table. Again, it does include the modified CVA and the portion within the actual Otonabee watershed. And as you can see, the smallest change within that is Trent Hills of $31, and then up to the City of Peterborough, which is our largest member municipality on the within the region. I do want to just take the opportunity, if I can, Mr. Chair, just to highlight a few other transitions that we are working on right now. So we've had performance objectives for many, many years, and Councillor Richardson, being on the board, would remember them. They've been incredibly helpful for us as an organization, monitoring and reporting out on our progress quarterly. We now want to do a deeper dive and actually develop more KPIs with respect to some of those programs and services that we have. And so that is something that we're going to be looking at doing in 2026, is reporting out on our governance objectives and then our program-related KPIs. We think it'll be much more meaningful to understand and measure our success. And also find those opportunities. I also would like to highlight the 2025 ice storm. So Kawartha Lakes also was significantly impacted by the ice storm. I also watched many times how you were cleaning up and addressing those emergencies. For us in Otonabee, we also were hit fairly significantly. We incurred over $250,000 worth of damage to our conservation lands. We did file an insurance claim, and we did receive $100,000 towards that work. And so we've been managing that work through our staff resources over time, but also hiring the consultants, the tree consultants that actually have to go in with, the lifts and in the dangerous places that we don't have the capacity to do that. And that's what the insurance cost or the insurance funds were able to do. We have just a few lands right now that are not opened yet, and but we're getting there. We're hoping to have everything cleaned up by the end of November. So large watershed, lots of impact from the ice storm. It tended to actually go up north and then swing down east and right through our entire watershed. So, and with that, I also did want to highlight just a few things on this. So I didn't include all of the documents. So, but if you do have time to go to our website, I'd like to highlight our new our strategic plan of 2024-2027. Our theme is water, which binds all of our programs and services together. We developed that strategic plan in-house with a consultation process. We also have our 2024 annual report. There are two reports here. One is the annual report. That is an ArcGIS report. So if you actually go onto the website, you can actually zoom into that. It's on the governance website page, and you can actually see a lot of levels of details. So it's a great tool. It just doesn't print well, because it's an ArcGIS format. And then we also have our permitting standards report. So this is part of the Ontario Reg 4124, where all conservation authorities need to provide this report. And 2024 was the first year. I'm happy to say that we had 99% of all of our permits were issued in the respected timelines from Conservation Ontario and the Province of Ontario. Last year in 2024, we issued 234 permits, 305 plan reviews, and 719 general inquiries. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Any questions? Councillor Warren.
For you, I might have missed it, sorry, I had to zip out there for a sec. So, were you able to find grants for some capital or other operating things?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we rely very heavily on what's called the WECI grant program, which is a funded program from the province with respect to our dams. We have 6 dams that we take care of that are classified as water structures. And so those grants are 50-50, and they are very helpful for us. We know that we're going to have to do some dam safety reviews, which tend to be actually very expensive, but we need to we're going to bundle those 3. So yes, we do that. We have what we would call program grants, very focused on a specific program. So we are, as opposed to general operating type of grants, right? So yes, for infrastructure, and kudos to the staff. They have a lot of great relationships with a lot of these funders year over year, and so we tend to get a lot of those types of grants, infrastructure program related.
Any other questions? Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, through you, Chair. More of a comment than question. Great budget, and happy to see the strategic plan come into play. And being on the last term, recognizing, seeing those changes and looking at, your core services and looking for those efficiencies, and, presenting today where you have changed operating and capital, it's more of a way to go.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, can I have a motion to receive the autonomy conservation budget? Councillor Richardson, second by Councillor Warren. All in favor? Thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming today for your presentation.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to come always to the city, and thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Okay, we'll take another few minutes until we get ready for the next presentation. Thank you. To call the meeting back to order. And we are now going back to 4.1, and we'll have the mayor do his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, thanks to staff and to all the agencies who have presented, and to the committee members for their work and diligence in putting together a budget to recommend to me to bring forward. I remind you, and I've said it so often I've probably bored people to death, that outside of health and safety issues, the budget is the most important thing we do. Without it, nothing in the city happens. We would be shut down like the US government, and certainly we're not going in that direction. I also want to take this opportunity to say once again, to clear up rumors that are out in our municipality and that were put into the media and caused somewhat of a frenzy, that what council did was pass a long-term financial plan. They did not pass a 7% tax increase for 10 years. In the first place, this mayor and council do not have the authority to commit other mayors and councillors going forward to a tax increase. Those will be done and deliberated every year by the mayor, council of the day, and of course with relative staff input to all of those decisions. Also, while each year that budget is being examined and coming up with what is an appropriate number for the budget, a budget increase on its own does not translate into a tax increase of the same amount. There are other factors that play into it, not the least of which is the assessment on individual properties. It also, the long-term financial plan does not take into account any grants or other monies that the municipality may get as they go forward, which would reduce the amount of the budget. The 2% yearly levy for infrastructure to deal with our infrastructure gap does not compound over the time. The 2% is added yearly, and therefore it doesn't translate as we go forward to a compounded amount. As I'm sure the Budget Committee knows, and certainly senior management knows, we have pressures this year of $13 to $14 million for the 2026 budget year, and that doesn't include ice storm cleanup costs or wildfires. Those we may have to deal with separately in year. It's at this juncture that I remind everyone that with strong mayor legislation, it is the mayor's budget that gets brought forward. If council does nothing, then when presented, it is considered to be in force, with a couple of caveats. Council can, through extractions, ask for changes to the budget. If that occurs, the mayor has 10 days in which to decide to veto it. If the mayor vetoes the extraction, council has a further 15 days to overturn the veto with a 2/3 majority, and that's 6 of 9. It is not greater than 6. But by consent, any of these time periods can be shortened. And if you will recall last year's budget, the extractions that were put through were waived by the mayor at that time, and the budget was in force in a much shorter time. I asked council to send me a wish list of items for their wards, which they wanted included in the budget, in the 26 budget. After reviewing all of those submissions and recognizing the pressures, as well as discussions with our engineering department staff, I am not prepared to add any of the items to the budget. But what I would consider and ask council to consider is the majority of asks are for roads. There are a couple of other items, but the majority is for roads. In 2026, when we return any road contingencies or capital closed items to the reserves, we can consider using these 2025 or previous year's committed funds to do the most needy roads. It should be noted that removing a capital item will not reduce the budget, as the capital amount is a transfer from operations, or comes from development charges or debenture or some other form of funding. But by removing a plow truck or a grader or a fire truck, you are not going to reduce the amount of the budget. So it has to come from operations or from the transfer to operations. Having said all that, after discussion with the CAO and Director of Corporate Services, I'm asking that the 2026 budget not exceed 4%, and 3.99999 would be wonderful. As well as a capital levy of 2%. I believe this has been communicated to senior staff. In year, we may have to make adjustments and decisions to deal with ice storm cleanup and the wildfires. But if we can achieve this amount, and I remind everybody that when we start the budget process, there's always $10 million here and there that are pressures on the budget. So we're a little above that this year, and with the storm cleanup and the wildfires, we have some additional things to consider, but I think we would serve our citizens well going into 2026 with a no more than 4% increase to the budget and the 2% for the capital levy. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to try and answer any questions the committee may have.
Any questions? Seeing none,
Mr. Chair, I will have this, my notes typed up and submitted to the Budget Committee as correspondence sometime this week.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any questions, so could I just have a motion to receive the mayor's memo? First by Councillor Richardson, second by Councillor Warren. All in favor? Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, we'll just take a couple minutes again until we get ready for the next group. Thank you. Meeting back to order, and we'll go into 5.3, proposed 2026 special projects for water and wastewater capital budget presentation by Mr. Adam Found, Manager of Corporate Assets. Go ahead, Mr. Found.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be presenting from my chair today, and Constance is good enough to advance the slides on my behalf. So today I'll be presenting to the committee 3 distinct budgets in proposed form for 2026. That being the special projects budget, the water wastewater capital budget, and finally the tax supported capital budget. Next slide, please. So I thought it would be useful to start off with the special projects budget, and in particular to just remind ourselves as to what a special project is, because this is still a relatively new budget for the city. So a special project is a specific and distinct tax-supported operating initiative that is typically consists of the following 3 properties. So first, it's not capitalizable into a tangible asset owned by the city, and I'll describe what that means in a second. It typically has a duration of more than 1 year, and it is typically best budgeted and managed in a manner similar to the approach that we take with capital projects. Now, capitalizable means in terms of our asset reporting, that the expenditure would be reported as a capital expenditure. So these types of expenditures for special projects are not capitalizable. So even if they do result in let's say the acquisition of a physical item, that doesn't necessarily mean that the expenditure is capital in nature. And if there are still questions about that, I'll be happy to take them. So there's the main reason why we break special projects out from general operating is because special projects tend to be volatile in their nature. And so our approach is to take that volatility out of the general operating budget and isolate it to the special projects budget. And that way our variances in the general operating budget are much more manageable. Next slide, please. This table gives you a snapshot of the proposed 2026 special projects budget by group. You'll see that in some cases the group is a department, in other cases it is a division, and in yet other cases it is a combination of departments or divisions. You'll see the expenses noted there in the second column, and then the financing that goes along with those expenses in the remaining columns. Next slide, please. This chart shows you a breakdown in percentage terms of the proposed expenditure. And you'll see that engineering and corporate assets, as well as public works and corporate services, make up the majority of the expenditure, followed by emergency services, and then some smaller contributions with the other groups. Next slide, please. This is the matching diagram for financing. So it gives us a percentage breakdown of the various sources that are being used to finance the proposed special projects budget. You'll see that the special projects reserve makes up a clear majority of that funding, with development charges coming next in line. And you'll see as well there is some usage there, about $1 million of the capital contingency reserve, and I'll talk a little bit about that later because that's not the sort of financing you'll typically see in a special projects budget. Next slide, please. This chart gives you a bit of a historical perspective on this budget. Back in 2022, it was about $2.3 million, and then for 2026, currently being proposed is about $8 million. Last year, the adopted special projects budget was about $5.3 million. And you'll see there is quite an increase being considered for 2026. We are looking at trying to trim that down a little bit, and I can say with confidence it will come down a little bit after discussions with staff. To what extent, I'm not entirely sure, but I can speak to that a bit later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. So I thought it'd be worthwhile to just highlight some of the key strategic studies and master plans that are in the special projects budget. And mainly because, first of all, the special projects budget primarily consists of studies and plans for the most part. Second of all, that a number of these studies and plans are critical to the city's future planning. So I won't go through all of these here, but some of them in the list are the stormwater master plan, a roads operations master plan. There's 3 major studies for the fire service towards the bottom of the list, as well as a recreational facility master plan. And you'll see also there's an item here that relates to an earlier part of today's presentation, that being from the Kawartha Lakes Police Service. They are looking at doing two critical studies. One is their strategic plan, and that would be essentially their master plan for their service. How will they deliver service over the long term, given the growth that the community will experience? And they will also conduct a facility expansion study that will look at how to expand their facility or otherwise find additional space which is required for the service to grow. Next slide, please. Also within this budget, there are a few items that were either previously unplanned or unknown. One is the Integrated Waste Management Strategy Implementation Plan. We do have a number of IT projects that were not previously identified but are critical to the city's advancement in technology. We do have some projects in the human services area which were not previously identified, and then a few other smaller miscellaneous items in the list. Next slide, please. So a few more highlights about this budget. As I mentioned, there is this one-time use of a surplus that currently exists in the Capital Contingency Reserve, and this is being applied to support the influx of IT special projects needs. We're also making a concerted effort, as I'm sure you can probably see from the list of projects, to update our master plans to align them with the 2025 growth management strategy and to inform a DC study that is planned for 2027. We're also instantiating a pause, a fund and pause at least that is, for the multi-year solid waste environmental assessment, and that's really to allow the project to catch up to previously approved funding, and so that we can better align cash flow with workflow. And then finally, as I hinted earlier, there will be some deferrals and other adjustments that are forthcoming that will be designed to reduce the draw on the special projects reserve and therefore take some of the pressure off the 2026 tax increase. So, Chair, I think that concludes the special projects section. I'd be happy to take any questions that relate to that section.
Councillor Warren.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. And I do have a question from the very start. Can you give me, or can give us an example of a not capitalized into tangible asset owned by the city? Can you give us?
Absolutely, I can certainly, I'll give you 2 examples if that works. So one example would be the acquisition of some new software. Okay. So although that is an asset to the city, it is not a tangible capital asset for the city. And so in that case, even though the expenditure could very well be $1 million, potentially, let's say, it is not translated into a tangible capital asset, and therefore it's not a capitalizable expenditure.
Is that because it, can be replaced in, let's say it needs to be replaced in 5 years, it's not tangible anymore?
So through you, Mr. Chair, no, I don't. It's not quite related to that aspect. The degree of useful life is not really what's in play here. What's in play is the physical nature of the object that's being acquired. And so software is, under current accounting standards, is not considered to be a tangible asset. Although we may rightly see it as an asset, like we might see our staff as assets that we can invest in as well, but they're not tangible assets. Another example would be some signage that we might put up in a park or on a trail that is very minor in nature, as particularly in terms of expenditure, and so we wouldn't capitalize it because it's so minor in nature, even though it does result in a physical object being acquired by the city.
Also, I just have a couple others. We're doing lots of studies, and so it would be really helpful, like some of the studies, I know there have been studies previously, it would be good to know when they were last done, just for our edification. Just be helpful. That was one comment. And
Thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thanks very much, and makes you really think about everything here. Just when you're looking at some of the budget highlights where we need to move forward, the source separated organics plan, 283,000. I know we've just, started that first phase this year. Just what does the next, is this part of how we're moving forward as a city as a whole, just so we understand a little bit better on that study?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, it's a good question. As everyone knows, the city has already embarked on an SSO service, which currently is focused on the major urban areas of the city. So this plan will look at the feasibility of expanding that out to other areas of the city, potentially to the entire city. It's also going to look at how the current program could be delivered on a permanent basis. So that's going to look at capital needs that may arise in order to make this a permanent and expanded operation. It's also going to look at how the service can accommodate growth as we move into the future and our communities grow substantially over time, which is why this study is heavily financed by development charges. So there's a number of aspects to this plan, but the overall intent is to make sure that the program can be sustained and expanded into the future.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And just one more question. So when it comes to the various IT projects, why are those projects so critical at this time for the city?
Through you, Mr. Chair, great question. I'll try to give a bit of a cursory answer, and I could defer to Director Bukuboom to follow up. As you can probably appreciate, the technology that the city uses can fall out of date, and technology changes rapidly over time, especially nowadays. And so I think what this represents is an effort on the part of the city to really try to catch up, to modernize, to become more efficient, to achieve cost avoidance in the future, and to, quite frankly, to provide even better service than we are currently able to provide. But I'll defer to Director Bukuboom for more explanation.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Dr. Found vociferated that quite well. There was a time period, perhaps through COVID and just before that, where investments weren't being made in the IT area to improve or keep up, for a very good reason, during that time period. What we're doing now in order to address the city's strategy is move forward on that digitization and customer experience. So as an example, you just heard in the advanced approval in September, I believe it was, a product we're looking into to give the customer citizen portal to be able to see the tax system, know where their balance is at. They don't have to line up at the counter to ask for the balance on their account. It will allow the customer to do their work with the city after hours and be at their fingertips. So that was one example in here. Another one is the human resources information enhancement. Currently, there's about 5 different softwares in HR where they're trying to track the employee from start to finish, and it's rather cumbersome. It takes a lot of people. As we've been onboarding more staff, it's becoming more evident how much is paper-based or not integrated together. Now, all of that being said, with those examples, we are going back with a fine-tooth comb, and to meet the achievement that the mayor has put forward this morning, we'll be looking to lower and help ease in the pain of that. But some of these projects are 3 to 5 years in length to get us to the point where they're fully integrated and able to not hire more staff to do the manual efforts we're currently doing, if that's helpful.
Thank you, and that is very helpful because it really does paint the big picture of how, we have to address some of these efficiencies now and provide, a level of service that will actually save us money in the long run.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I have a few questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. My first question is more of an overall, and it may have struggled to answer this, but last year I thought our special projects was an unusual spike. This is a spike. Do you have a sense of going forward, 2027, 2028, is this going to settle back down, or is this the new norm because it's a spike?
So through you, Chair, yes, I think it's quite fair to describe this as yet another spike. If you look at the forecast that Council approved in August, you'll see that in 2027, there's in fact an even larger spike that's being projected for that year. And then it starts to come back down in 2028 and then down a bit in 2029. And the pressure starts to stabilize towards the latter half of the forecast. Now, a big part of, I would really say there's really 2 main drivers of these spikes. So one is the solid waste EA. That's very expensive, something like $10 million over 6 years. And that, of course, is something that you do not do very often. It's sort of a once in a generation type of study. And so, of course, with it being so infrequent, but also so expensive, that's going to cause spikes. Now, as staff, we're doing the best that we can to spread that over time so that the spikes aren't quite as bad as they otherwise would be, but it certainly is a pressure. The second notable pressure would be the fact that we're really trying to make a concerted effort right now to catch up on our master plans. So we just finished a growth management strategy in 2025. That sets the stage for all of our master plans to be updated to align with that strategy. We've done that with the 2 major ones, water, wastewater, and transportation. They've already been done. With that said, though, we have a whole series of other master plans that do need to also be updated. And so what this budget is reflecting is that concerted effort to get those updates done, particularly in time for the next DC study, so that the growth-related needs that they will identify can start to be recovered in the very near future.
Well, thank you, and I readily recognize the importance of forward planning. It makes us, ties everything together and makes us more efficient in the long run, so I recognize that. But I did want to lean into the solid waste EA. We're pausing this year, but it will contribute to the spike next year, and we can't pause it forever. So that $10 million, how long do you see that projecting over? How far are we in, and where do we end up?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe this project, I believe its first installment occurred in 2022 for a terms of reference to be developed for the EA. and then the next installment, I believe, was done in 2024 and 2025. And my understanding now from engineering, and perhaps Director Rojas could speak to this more specifically, is that they are pretty overwhelmed with projects right now. This is one of the projects that hasn't moved along quite as quickly as we had hoped. And so we're trying to do what I think is the prudent thing at this stage, is to take a pause, not on the project, but just on the funding. And again, that's just to try to match cash flow better with workflow. But to more fully answer your question, we are projecting this project to conclude by 2029. So again, it's a very long process, and part of really what makes it so long and expensive is that this is not a run-of-the-mill EA. This is not a municipal class EA, it's an individual EA. And so that elevates it to a whole other level compared to our usual EAs, and that really accounts for both the extended time frame and the higher cost.
Thank you. Naturally, I kind of zero in on the bigger amounts here. So just a couple more questions here. The Stormwater Master Plan. If I said, if we said spread that over 3 years to 2027, what's the impact if we did that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm glad that you actually raised this plan in your question, because it is one of the projects that we are looking to defer to 2027 to again better align cash flow with workflow. The current project is a multi-year project approved for 2025 and 2026. So what you see in the current proposed budget is the 2026 installment for $500,000, and what we're proposing, or what we're going to, I believe, do is shift that $500,000 to next year, or sorry, to 2027. So it will in fact be a 3-year project, as you suggest.
That's good to hear. So that leaves the IT projects that Councillor Richardson brought up. Information technology is interesting in that the only people that really understand it are the people that are in the IT department. But what would be helpful is just a list of the bullet pointed list of the major projects that add up to 1.9 million. Oh, it is in there? Okay, thank you. I must have missed it somewhere to try to understand it better. Oh yeah, one other question. What is enterprise system in terms of expansion? What's an enterprise system?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I didn't know that either a few years ago until arriving here and leading IT. The enterprise expansion is taking things like the work order system that Public Works uses and being able to integrate that with the customer portal for inquiries, requests, and linking it to the financial system. So again, currently we have various softwares that are all managed independently, and so we're trying to expand them so they all work well together, and expand the usage of all of these systems so that it becomes instantiated, that all divisions are using it in the same manner.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes my questions. I might have one more.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, thank you. Just under the deferrals and other adjustments forthcoming to reduce draw on special projects reserve, what other ones are you looking at?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I certainly don't have the exhaustive list yet, because it is very much a work in progress at this stage. But I did already highlight the Stormwater Master Plan as being one of those items. We are currently consulting with our friends in development services to inquire about progress on some of those multi-year studies that they are working on, to see whether there needs to be a little bit of a realignment in terms of cash flow and workflow. We are also going to be looking at some of the economic development studies that are there. And in fact, if Constance, if you can go back to the slide that shows the unplanned projects. Yeah, oh, forward one more. there. There's some projects that are in this list that we are also looking at as well, like the first item that is noted there. So those are just considerations. I do want to emphasize it's very much a work in progress. We haven't made any decisions in this regard, but we are very cognizant of the pressures that are currently being felt on the operating side, and that if we're able to lower that special projects reserve draw, then that enables us to take a bit of the pressure off that 2026 tax increase.
Also, back to the solid waste EA. So is that just expansion to of a cell at the Lindsay landfill? Or are we looking at something bigger and broader, maybe incineration with our neighbors?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so just to, I guess, remind the committee that this really has been quite a process so far. It started with what we called a pre-EA study. That study was done in order, recognizing that the EA would be an individual EA and therefore very expensive. The idea behind the pre-EA study was to narrow the range of options that would be considered by the EA. Because of course, the narrower that range, the less costly the EA will be. And so that pre-EA study looked at all of the options that were considered at that time. So that included incineration, that included exporting our waste outside of the municipality, it included landfill expansion, it included gasification. There's all kinds of options that are looked at there. And what that study concluded is that the best alternative for the EA to consider is landfill expansion. Now, what it did not say is that the landfill expansion necessarily has to occur at any existing landfill. It did not select a particular landfill, and it did not say that all of the expansion would have to be on one landfill or another or distributed in a certain way. It was leaving those details to be determined by the EA. But what it did settle on more generally, though, is that landfill expansion, wherever it occurs, would be the best path forward, and therefore it would lay that scope, at least that general scope, out for the EA to follow.
10 years is a long time, and things can change. So I remember doing all that, but is there any ability to be more fluid if somebody comes knocking on the door with an incineration project or something like that, let's say in 2028? Is there some sort of possibility to amend that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that question has come up before, and the answer is yes. And the reason it is yes is that even if we do embark on a program of landfill expansion, we're not going to build all of that expanded landfill capacity all at once. We're going to expand incrementally through modular cells, and what that allows us to do is, in fact, be quite nimble. Because we're going to build one cell at a time, if something new comes along, some new information or a new process or some previously considered option all of a sudden becomes more viable, then we can consider that. And we don't, and if we decide as a city that that's the way that we want to go, we don't have to build the rest of the landfill capacity that we're approved for.
Councilor Joyce.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, just one more question. The IT detail I was asking previously, is that all listed under corporate services? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one kind of question there, is that, in the past couple of years, you always hear about defer, but I also realize that we're taking risk by deferring too, and it'd be nice to know as going forward that if we're going to defer, what is the risk by deferring something and the amount of money that it could cost us? And I know it's a kind of a loaded question, but like I said, with our past history that we deferred for many years, and then, you're going to be costing a lot more in the future. So I don't know if you can answer that or not.
So through you, Chair, to yourself, it's a fair question. I think for the most part, again, we're just really trying to look at aligning cash flow with workflow. So the sort of deferrals that we would be looking at are primarily one-year deferrals. So in that sense, the cost escalation is unlikely to be significant, I would suggest, in at least most cases. And the other point I would make is that you're quite right, though, generally, to note that deferrals do carry a risk. I think in this case, the risk is fairly low because the deferrals are not that far out into the future. However, and we have had this discussion as staff, I mentioned earlier when I answered Councillor Joyce's question that there's an even larger spike that is projected for 2027 in this budget. And so if we defer projects to 2027, that makes that spike even harder to manage. And so we are very much going into this process with that in mind, that we don't want to overload 2027 too much, because like I said, it's already experiencing a relatively high pressure. So you're right, these types of decisions carry risks, but I would suggest in the present case that those risks are fairly minor and manageable.
Okay, thank you for that. Number 3, okay. Pat, Councillor Warren.
Yeah, through you. So we're expanding, we're doing all this because we're expecting a lot of growth. And what if we just don't get that growth? Because we're, hearing from the conservation authorities and maybe planning, there isn't that happening, and we don't know for sure. So, is there? I know we're deferring things, but there may be certain things that we should be deferring more than others, and I guess you're on top of that. But it's a big spike, and that's. We're expecting growth, but if the growth doesn't come, then just a comment.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to address it because I think it is a valid comment, and I think as staff we do try very much to consider what is happening in terms of growth, and how does that compare to what has been projected. And how do those considerations relate to the capital forecast that's being laid out to support the growth that we thought would occur? I think what experience shows us is that growth is subject to market conditions, and that market conditions change. And because they change, we probably shouldn't assume that current conditions will prevail in the long term. I think it would be prudent of us to continue to assume that the gross amount of growth that we are looking to experience will occur. Maybe it's shifted a little bit, but I think it's still, even if there is that shift, it's still prudent of us to plan for all of that growth because it will eventually occur. Maybe it'll occur 5 years later than we previously thought, but it is prudent to plan for it because this is what I would say is another one of my cardinal rules. I'd rather overbuild than underbuild when it comes to growth. I'd rather have the issue that the growth is a little slower than expected and we have some excess capacity to use up eventually versus the situation where we've run out of capacity because we've grown so fast and we haven't built to prepare for the growth.
And that's right sizing.
That would be a form of right sizing, correct.
CEO.
Mr. Chair, thanks. And through you, and maybe just also just as a follow-up for the benefit, maybe a budget committee, but really more special projects. And you're asking a lot of questions that are, quite frankly, very focused in on the nature of special projects. And it was said at the very beginning, this budget is, at this particular budget, number one, is fairly new in terms of how we budget. In the past, it was either in capital or it was in operating. And where we saw, you used the term volatility, and I think that's a great descriptor of this, not only in what's coming up, what's in the queue, but the first attempt of special projects budget was really to expose this volatility and also to expose those non-tangible capital assets. So in the early days, studies was really the one, and councils past asked the question regularly, what are we doing for studies, what are we examining, and so on. And so the shift to special projects really started there. What it also captured was then a couple of, I'll call them volatile or unique, maybe it's one time, maybe it's 2 years in, where it's never in a given calendar year, it was put into the special project sort of area. Again, it's not tangible, and it was really volatile in the operating side. So we didn't want to bury it in a massive operating budget. So that's where you saw on the one chart, $2 to $3 million was kind of the trend, but it was essentially taking existing or needed projects and moving them into a new category. What you saw last year and what you're seeing this year and the spike you're talking about, for example, next year, is bringing more of those types of projects. They're inevitable. We're going to be doing them. It's where do we put them? And then now that we're putting them in this sort of exposed special projects, now we're trying to tackle the volatility. So again, it was 2 million, maybe was sort of the average, but now we're getting expensive IT software, for example, EAs that are costing $10 million. These can't be sustainable in an operating budget as a one-time blip. And that's why they're starting to come forward. We will not return to the days of $2 million annually here, but I would suggest we probably won't, get to 10, 12, 15, 20, like it would grow. Again, just recognize that this truly is a volatile area, and it's for sort of more one-time soft assets, if you will. The other, just wanted to comment on, and Councillor Warren, I think, mentioned about the studies themselves, and I think that was a good sort of focus where we're trying to put these into logical cycles. So that, if we did a master plan in fire, they typically have a 5 to 10 year shelf life. And many of these studies will have a check-in, sort of, because as you can appreciate, I think it was said, things change very quickly as well in 2 to 3 years. What you're seeing in this year's list, many of them are new. They're kind of the ones that we haven't done yet. And we're now rounding out to get them into that studies cycle. So just as an observation, and that's why you're seeing them very granular now. They're not like a massive, let's review fire. Now it's let's look at radios and telecommunications, for example. So they're contributing to that planning. And then just lastly, if I could, although it feels like there's a big leap forward and the comment about growth driving this, really, the projects for 2026 proposed, the vast majority are non-growth. There is, in that $8 million budget, I think $2 million approximately is DCs as supported as well, recognizing that those have a growth component. But the majority of the projects themselves are new. They're tax supported almost in their entirety. They have limited funding options otherwise, and that's why they're being exposed sort of through the special projects. Just a couple of general terms of the structural nature. This budget is the toughest one, I think, to wrap your head around entirely because it is so volatile and there are so many moving parts to it.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? All right, moving forward, we'll have a motion to receive the special projects budget. Councillor Joyce, seconded by Councillor Warren. All in favor? Thank you. Next is 5.3.2 is the wastewater capital budget. Mr. Fountain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we could go, we're already there. Slide 11, that's perfect. So I thought, just as we did last year, that it would be good to just ensure that we understand some of the fundamentals around capital projects and budgeting, just to make sure, if for no other reason, that we're just clear on a few of the terms that are often used in this area. So first up is a capital need. So that's something that is a generally defined investment in capital assets that's required to meet municipal service levels. So an example of that would be the Lindsay Water Treatment Plant needs to be expanded. That's a generally defined capital need. We don't necessarily know at that stage exactly what the project would look like, how it would be done, and we might not even know what it would cost. We just understand that there's that need. And then we get to the project level, and that's where we become a little more specific. So that's where we specifically define an initiative or activity that's designed to meet a capital need. And this is typically characterized by a scope of work and an estimated expenditure. So go back to my previous example, the Lindsay water treatment plant needs to be expanded as a need. The project may show up in a list and it'll be called the Lindsay water treatment plant, either expansion or replacement. And there would be a scope of work tied to that, and as well as a estimated capital cost. So that's the level at which we would understand what the financial implications are of meeting the need. Next up is the term state of good repair, and I'm sure you've heard this a number of times now over the past 1 or 2 years. So this refers to a type of capital project whose primary purpose is asset renewal. So replacement, rehabilitation, restoration, activities of that sort. Next slide, please. The other type of capital project is expansionary. And that's the type of capital project whose primary purpose is asset expansion or acquisition, often but not always driven by growth. And we can talk about why that is later if the committee wishes. And then finally, I'd like to draw a distinction between capital forecast and capital budget. And I think this actually ties back nicely to the mayor's remarks today, where he, I think, did a good job of clearing up some of the rumors that are out there about what council did or didn't do back in August. A capital forecast is a multi-year plan of capital needs, but typically capital projects. So typically at that stage, we know what the projects are. And it includes a financing strategy as well as, of course, the estimated capital expenditures. So that's what a forecast is. Right? It's a plan. Now, draw a distinction between that and a budget. So a capital budget is a plan of capital projects, so it has that in common with a forecast. It also is a plan. However, the approval of a budget authorizes the projects to be undertaken. That's the difference. So what council adopted in August was a long-term capital forecast that gives staff direction to plan for those projects and to bring budgets forward accordingly. But then when the city or council adopts a budget, that actually authorizes staff to undertake those projects. And that's really the distinction between a forecast and a budget. Next slide, please. Okay, so now that we have the terminology under our belt, I think it's good to remind ourselves of the process that occurs in capital planning, so that we understand that when we see a capital project show up in a proposed budget, it doesn't just appear out of a vacuum, right? There's a rationale to that project, and there's an entire process that results in that project showing up in the budget. And that's what this slide lays out here. So number one, council or legislation will determine service levels. That's what we as staff take as given, the service levels, and that's what's in most cases determined by council, but in other cases determined by legislation. Number two, we conduct service strategies in asset management plans to translate those service levels into stated good repair, capital needs, or even projects. Third, we have our service master plans, and we just talked about a bunch of them, and development charges studies that translate the service levels, those very same service levels, into growth-related capital needs. And then what we do is we move into long-term financial planning, where we match the forecasted capital expenditures with financing strategies. And then finally, at the very end, are the capital budgets that implement those long-term financial plans on an annual basis. So as you can appreciate, there's a whole series of events that needs to happen here in order for a capital project to show up in a budget. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll talk first about the water wastewater capital budget, and then in the next segment we'll talk about tax supported. So this slide shows you a summary of what's being proposed for water wastewater capital in 2026. The left-hand table is the summary with respect to expenditure, and the right-hand table is the summary with respect to financing. On the expenditure side, you'll see the figures are decomposed by capital program, as well as by type of project. You'll see state of good repair and expansionary in there, totaling about $46 million. The expansionary piece is substantial for this upcoming year, and we'll talk a little bit about that further on. In the financing table, you'll see really all the usual financing sources, but with a couple of additions. And the additions are the water DC debenture, which is a third item down, and the sewage DC debenture, which is the second last item. And these have been added to really provide some greater clarification for council as to what really occurs behind the scenes when we undertake some of these substantial growth-related projects. And that is an understanding that for the most part, we need to build this infrastructure at the front end of growth. And so what that means is we're effectively having to go into debt in order to build the infrastructure so that when growth eventually occurs as a result of that infrastructure, the growth will pay development charges that will then support the costs that were incurred for the infrastructure. The challenge, though, with that approach, as common as it is, the challenge with it is that very often there's not enough of a balance in the DC reserve to pay for those costs at the front end. And so that puts us into a position whereby we have to go out and debenture these projects and then have the debenture be retired out of the DC reserve gradually as funds flow into that reserve. So again, if the committee has some questions about that change, I'll be happy to answer them. Next slide, please. So this diagram gives you a visual breakdown of the proposed capital expenditures by program. So nothing too spectacular here, although I would note that the vertical distribution and collection program is relatively high this year because of a couple sewage pumping stations that are being expanded. Next slide, please. And this is the corresponding diagram for the financing. And again, you'll see that this matches the table that we had looked at before. And note again, the substantial contributions from both regular debenture and DC debenture in this diagram. Next slide, please. This table gives you a bit of a historical perspective on this budget. You'll note, I think, that in 2023, that the reason the figure is so low there is that that was a year that the city deliberately took essentially a holiday on water wastewater capital in order to allow the engineering group to catch up on what was at that time quite a backlog of projects that accumulated over the COVID period. And you'll see that what's being proposed for 2026 is quite an increase compared to this year's budget, and that's mainly because of that substantial expansionary component that is in next year's proposed budget. Next slide, please. So clearly, based on that table we just looked at, we're looking at a historical level of investment in this area of about $46 million. That reflects a few factors or drivers. First and foremost, I think, is significant ongoing capital cost inflation. So we might often hear that the consumer price index is around 2% a year right now. but I can assure you that that is not reflective of what we experience as a municipality. And that's because the mix of goods and services that we purchase is very different from what a consumer purchases. And unfortunately, in our case, that mix of goods and services has been continued to experience a high degree of inflation. And so we are very much trying to get on top of that. We are making strategic usage of reserves, debt, the ISIP grant that is there for the replacement of cast iron water mains, etc. Continued aggressive elimination of those cast iron water mains in Lindsay. That has been a priority of the city for several years now. We're continuing with that. And that is part of the reason why the horizontal distribution and collection program is elevated this year like it was last year, and will continue to be elevated for several years, as you might recall from the forecast. And then finally, I do want to note that despite the spike that you see for 2026, this budget is still consistent with a 3% user fee increase for water wastewater users as per the water wastewater rate study. A couple of other points I do want to highlight with respect to this budget. One is the remediation of the Yomimi Water Pollution Control Plant to resolve a provincial order that is issued against the city with respect to that plant and to enable growth in Omimi. And I think you'll recall that council, in fact, or at least council did not extract this from the advanced approval projects list, so this project is now approved. And so we're happy to see that go forward so that we can resolve that provincial order as soon as possible. And lastly, I think as I noted, there are substantial upgrades to the Logie Street sewage pumping station and the Rideout Street sewage pumping station in Lindsay. And in each case, those upgrades are needed to enable growth in Lindsay. And these are substantial investments that are required. And again, they were in the forecast, and so it's not a surprise to see them showing up here for 2026. So I think, Mr. Chair, with that, I'd be happy to take a pause and see if there are any questions with respect to this budget.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you, Dr. Found, on that presentation. And actually, before I start, I just want to thank CAO Taylor for that clarification on the special projects budgeting process. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's scary at first glance, but to pull it out of the main operating to highlight these makes a lot of sense for the budget committee, for everybody. So thank you for that. And Dr. Found, thank you for also pulling out these DC debentures, because that makes sense too. Better clarification. And that comes back to my question. I'm just curious, we're pulling 5.3 million out of water reserves. Why not use a bit of debenture, water DC debenture there as well to protect those reserves?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it is a valid question. In many cases, the finance and the sources are alternatives to one another. So I think it is a valid question. What we strive to do with this capital budget is to align the reserve draws with the rate study. And when we look at both our water and sewage reserves, they're fairly healthy right now. And in fact, they're healthier than previously forecasted in the rate study. And so that really accounts for the heavier reliance on them this time around. The other reason you see a bit that reliance being a little heavier for this upcoming year than past years is that, as you can see, we're already heavily relying on debenture, whether it's regular debenture or DC debenture. And so what we're trying to do is mitigate that as much as possible, and to allow the debenture room to be used on projects where it really makes sense. You know, those large projects, those growth-related projects where debenture is very useful and appropriate to be used. What you see here in terms of the reserve usage is a reflection of that approach, where we're really trying to make sure we allocate debenture to the projects where it makes sense.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Under the vertical distribution and collection, is that primarily for Lindsay?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it is, because it's primarily for those 2 pump-in stations I had mentioned.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, are there any studies, or have there been any studies in the last while on water leakage? I know in Bobcaygeon specifically, there's always been a problem, so we're losing a lot of water. I just wondered, is there anything in the forecast?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of a forecasted study specifically for water leakage. However, in the forecast, you'll see that there is, or there are a number of studies noted for the other part of our systems, the sewage systems. And those studies are geared towards flow monitoring as well as inflow and infiltration. And so we do have studies that are for that purpose. For water leakage, I can't say that I've seen any be identified or proposed, but certainly we do keep in touch with our engineering group as well as water wastewater operations. And should one of those groups identify that need, then I would expect it would show up eventually in one of these budgets.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much. My one question was already answered regarding the DC, and that gives us a better understanding when it comes to how, we use our reserves and our debenture when it comes to, growth, paying for growth. My one comment, and maybe you can add some context to it, is when you look at the primary treatment of activity, how many different layers we have when it comes to managing our water and wastewater systems. And when you are doing your strategic planning, it's staggering to think how many different facets we actually have to, for example, you have design, rehabilitation, you have EA, you have installation, you have upgrade, you have state of good repair. It's just a huge amount of what we need to do when we're looking at the entire picture. Maybe just a comment on that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to comment on that, and I thank the councillor for that observation because it is quite accurate. This budget is very much engineering focused and informed, and I think as Councillor Richardson noted, for most of the projects, we're into essentially a 3-phase process. You have an EA or a study that is done to inform the project, then you have a design that is done, and then you have a construction phase that is done. And each of those can be multiple years. And so the entire process for a project could easily be 6 years plus. So certainly there is that time element there. But another element which I think Councillor Richardson has noted is the sheer complexity of the projects. One thing that we're noticing as we grow and as we prepare for growth is that not only is the volume of projects going up in terms of number and value, but the complexity of the projects is increasing as well. Just to give you a few examples, at this time, we are currently embarking on an environmental assessment for the Lindsay Water Treatment Plant, an environmental assessment for the Lindsay Water Pollution Control Plant, environmental assessments for various pumping stations, and so on. These are not simple exercises. They're complex. They require an immense amount of staff resources as well as consultant resources to get them done. So I do appreciate the comment because I think it speaks to not only the increased volume of work that we're seeing, but also the increased complexity.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, could I have a motion to receive the waste and water capital budget? Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Joyce. All in favor? Thank you very much. 5.3.3 is the tax-supported capital budget. Mr. Fountain.
And thank you again, Mr. Chair. So I guess we'll just start off by jumping right in to the proposed tax-supported capital budget. And apologies for the typo at the top there. Should be 2026, not 2025. Well, if you didn't see it, even better. So we're starting off as usual by looking at the program by program summary for the entire budget. And so this shows both expenditure as well as financing at the program level. And you'll see that total proposed expenditure is about $126 million. And if your memory is very good, you'll recall that that is slightly less than what has been budgeted for this year's version of that budget. So next slide, please. Again, this gives you a visual breakdown of the expenditures. Granted, it's a fairly high level because there's so many capital programs that it'd just be too difficult to show this at the program level in the diagram. And so we've rolled things up to the broad asset class to try to give you some perspective on how the expenditure is distributed. So you'll see just under 50% is for roads and bridges, just over 15% for fleet and equipment, and then about 37% or so for facilities and site works. Next slide, please. This is the corresponding diagram for financing. Again, showing you how that table above that we looked at is distributed in terms of the financing that you find in it. I do want to note a couple of things here, and I hope you'll forgive me for the development charges in the top left-hand corner, the label not being quite complete there. But what that stands for is development charges DC debenture. That's what's supposed to be there. So just like with water wastewater, what you'll see here is the introduction of a new financing source. Although it's not really new, it's just new in terms of how we're showing it to council now. And that is the development charges debenture. And again, it's being used in the same way as it's being used in water wastewater, namely to allow us to take on large growth-related projects and have their costs recovered over time through the DC reserve. The other thing I would like to note about this diagram is, and it's actually very good that these two things are on opposite sides of the diagram. So you see the asset management reserve in the top right and the debenture, regular debenture, in the bottom left. And what we're going to see over time, if council sticks with the long-term financial plan, is you'll see that asset management reserve piece grow as the dedicated capital levy goes to work, and then you'll see the debenture piece shrink at the same time. And the idea there is really twofold. One is to enable us to allocate the debenture to the projects for which it's most appropriate. And right now we're not able to achieve that because our expenditures are such that we end up having to debenture certain projects that we'd rather not debenture. Things like fire trucks, for instance, or things like renovations of facilities. And so we want to get away from that. At the same time, we want the city to become more self-reliant. And by shifting our focus from debenture to asset management reserve when it comes to stated good repair capital needs, that's exactly what we do. And not only does that make us more sustainable in the long run, it makes us more nimble as well in the long run. So when unexpected things occur, like we lose a grant, or we have a new service come online, or an unexpected capital need comes out of the woodwork, we're then in a much stronger position to deal with those kinds of things than we are right now. Next slide, please. Okay, so this chart gives you some historical perspective again on this budget, and you'll see that this year's version of the budget was quite historic at $127.6 million, and you'll see that what is being proposed for next year is very much in line, and to use Councillor Warren's term, this is indicative of right-sizing. of this budget. And we could talk about the various elements that have gone into to right-sizing this budget. Next slide, please. This is a chart that I'm pretty sure you'll recall, or at least earlier versions of this chart you'll recall having seen. This chart is tracking our progress in terms of phasing out or eliminating the tax-supported capital needs that were first deferred at the 2023 budget. And shows you a couple of, actually 3 different things. So for years 24 and 25, shows what we actually achieved with those budgets as adopted. For 2026, it shows what we're projecting to achieve in terms of eliminating deferrals. And then for the future years, it shows what we're projecting to achieve as we move through future budgets. And as I think I mentioned back in August, when we looked at a prior version of this table, that the timeline has been extended outward a little bit from 2027 to 2029. And that is because we've gone through quite an exercise with our engineering group to better coordinate roads and water wastewater projects, especially the linear ones that are under the roads. So that has resulted in a bit of an extension of the timeline. So the purpose wasn't to further defer certain projects, the purpose was to coordinate projects, understanding we can't do all the projects necessarily as early as we would like to do them. They require EAs, they require designs, things of that nature. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the 126.1 million that is projected for next year's spend, it does reflect some right sizing that is being done in the background. So as with water wastewater, we have significant ongoing capital cost inflation that we're contending with. We are continuing to strategically use our reserves, debts, grants, and so on. As we just saw, we're continuing to eliminate the capital deferrals, and about $32.6 million of those deferrals you'll find in this proposed budget. And finally, it does reflect the increased dedicated capital levy annual escalation rate from 1.5% to 2% of the total tax levy as per the asset management plan. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. If we look at this, just the stated good repair portion of the investment here, roads and bridges account for about 55%. That's within range. We typically see that number fall between 55 and 60%. So there's not really much of an outlier here, but it is on the lower end of that range. And as you'll see throughout the budget, there are significant expansions to roads, bridges, parks, facilities, and fleet to enable the city to grow throughout. Next slide, please. So this is the slide that I will end on, and then after that I'll be happy to take some questions. This slide hasn't changed from August. This is the same slide that we had show council in August. That really shows our convergence towards sustainability on the asset management reserve if we stick to our plan and if our projections are reasonably accurate. And so you'll see our starting point here is 2026 with that blue bar, and what that represents is the projected contribution of about $21.4 million to the asset management reserve. That comes from that dedicated capital levy. Above that, you'll see the line, the light blue line. That shows ideally where we would be in terms of that contribution. So if we were sustainable today, we would be at that blue bar. We would be at that light blue line. But right now we're at the dark blue bar. So recognizing that, we see that the budget therefore has a large debenture component. And that's the difference between the blue bar and the light blue line. That's effectively the debenture. And then what you see over time is if we stick to our plan, we will eventually start to close that gap so that by 2033, we will be fully sustainable in terms of this reserve. And the other good news would be that dedicated capital levy escalation rate stops. You don't need it anymore at that point. Then at that point, the contribution to the reserve can just increase at the inflationary rate. And that's where we would like to get to. We understand 2033 is out there in terms of the future, but it's always good for us as staff and council, I think, to keep our eye on the ultimate goal. So I think, Mr. Chair, with that said, I'll be happy to take any questions that the committee has.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thanks very much for that. Just to push out that messaging, I do have another one to follow up later, but how important that 0.5% increase is in that dedicated capital tax levy when it comes to our long-term financial plan?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, and I believe this question did come up back in August, and I think my response at that time is that it's essential, and that continues to be my response to the question. As you can see from this chart, or as you can maybe imagine how it might look if we did not have that increase, we would be looking at a convergence that would happen well outside the 10-year plan and horizon. And so we simply are doing our very best to have a balance of things here. We want to understand that on the one hand, we need to become sustainable, but on the other hand, we need to have a measure of ratepayer affordability. And that's the balance that we're trying to strike here. And I think in my sense is that one message that does resonate here with the ratepayers is that they understand that 2% levy increase that is occurring on a temporary basis until 2033 is going directly to capital. It doesn't go anywhere else. It goes entirely to tax-supported capital. That's supporting our roads, our facilities, our fleet, and so on. And that, I think, brings us a degree of comfort to the ratepayers. They understand that where those contributions are going and that they are only going to capital. So my answer to the question is that I do continue to think that this increase from 1.5% to 2% remains essential. But of course, with that said, in future years, as we move forward, we will reevaluate that and we'll see where we are. And if we're able to achieve sustainability, say by 2033 with a lower increase, then that would be great. We would do that. But that would be my response. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I recognize that I did ask that question in August as well, but it's just to put that messaging out there that we have seen a significant amount of improvement since we've moved to that dedicated capital tax levy a few years ago in all our communities. So, when we're sitting around this table right now, our taxpayers want to see their tax dollars working for them. And this has given us an opportunity to do that, but also, like you said, have a long-term outlook in 10 years where, perhaps we have caught up and then we can start shifting in other directions. I'll let the other councillors have comments as well.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through you, and thank you again for your presentation. First question I have is the proposed tax-supported capital expenditure, is it based on a 1.5% capital levy or based on a 2% capital levy?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it is based on a 2% escalation rate for 2026. Understanding the rate that was used for this year is 1.5%. So it does reflect that increase. That was approved by council through the asset management plan.
Thank you. So I fully recognize deferring capital projects will cost more because prices go up. But just bear with me. If we were to defer, $7 million worth of capital projects, so we only spend 20 million instead of 27 million for 2026, that lowers our borrowing on debentures, which then lowers the interest rates we pay on those debentures, which then, because the interest is paid through the operating. Some quick math here. How much does that save us if we did that? How would it lower our tax rate from your proposed 5% to whatever?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so there's a couple of things going on there in that thought experiment. So the first is if we decide to defer projects, absolutely you're correct. They're just going to cost more later. However, that's not the only effect. There are other effects. So it depends on the project. It may put us in jeopardy of non-compliance with legislation. That's one potential impact. It may put service levels in jeopardy. It may have health and safety consequences. So those are all potential impacts that could happen above and beyond a simple cost escalation as a result of the deferral. Another thing that is going on with that thought experiment is the idea that if we decrease the pressure on debenture for this upcoming year, that will have some kind of tax relief attached to it. And the answer is sort of yes and no when it comes to that. So when we have a capital project that's approved, typically if it's debenture financed in whole or in part, that debenture typically does not get issued until maybe 3 years after that project is approved. And so the impact that Councillor Joyce is alluding to is not going to be felt for that time period. On the other hand, if we're just deferring a project, then we're just deferring the debenture that goes along with it. And so eventually that pressure does get felt. It's just, instead of being felt in 2029, maybe it's felt in 2030.
Okay, thank you. I may have some other questions later. Is this a good time to dig into some of the particulars, or is that later? The details?
We'll just wait for a minute. We've got a couple more questions here, and then we'll get to that CEO.
So thanks, Chair. And through you, I just wanted to follow up on the deferral sort of conversation, because I know, Chair, you asked it in the special projects, but it's really highlighted, I think, in this budget particularly. And slide 23, I think, really captures and quantifies what can happen if you defer and kick things down the road, if you will. And I'm saying this because it's sometimes inevitable. That chart quantifies $117 million worth of capital that at some point in the past, the decision was made to defer it through. And I use the word defer deliberately because it means it's inevitable, right? It's going to come back sometime. I wouldn't even put aside that it costs more. It always is going to cost a little bit more. But what you're really doing by transferring it down the line is putting this burden on any subsequent budget year. And it's right here in the chart. So for 2026, without anything else, there's $32 million worth of capital that we should have done at some point. We couldn't, and I respect why it was deferred, but that's the added burden that it puts on top of your budgets. And that's a quantifiable number, and we're trying to stretch them out further. But if you don't eliminate projects, it's going to come to roost sometime. And that's actually a really good number, because we've spent a lot of time and focus on trying to quantify this and get caught up on our capital deficit.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you. I fully understand what happens if we defer projects and the negative consequences. The really purpose of my question was the interest rate, how that would affect the tax rate. And you've answered that question. It's really 3 years down the road, so there's no immediate relief. So that's where I was going with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I'm just wondering what other things besides fire trucks we've been debenturing. I know we shouldn't. I thought there was some sort of rule of thumb that you don't debenture that sort of thing. So I'm just wondering what else we've done like fire trucks. That's my first question.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So I think the projects that would fall within the scope of your question are really in two different categories. So one category would be projects that are of a substantial dollar value, but they're of the type of project that we normally would not want to debenture. fire trucks is a good example of that. And the only reason in this proposed budget you see one of those fire trucks being debentured is simply because the fire fleet reserve cannot sustain that kind of draw at this point. And we're looking at trying to strengthen that reserve over time, but it will take time to do. We're starting from a deficit position. I shouldn't say deficit, a deficient position in that reserve. And so it will take some time to correct it. The second type of project is one I would refer to as low dollar value, but debentured anyway. So it's the type of project that fits debenture, but the dollar value doesn't. It's too low. It's $400,000 or it's $500,000. We typically wouldn't debenture a project that has a low dollar value like that. However, though, we find ourselves forced to do that because we've already exhausted all of our other financing sources. And so at the end of that exercise, we still have a list of projects that need to be financed. And debenture is the only available tool at that point. And so this actually goes back to the question about the asset management reserve and the dedicated capital levy. The path that we're on is designed to eliminate this problem that I've just described and that Councillor Warren has asked about. We can't do it right now, but we have set ourselves on a path whereby we will be able to do it. And so by 2033, we won't have to debenture any more fire trucks. We won't have to debenture any more $400,000 renovations. Those will be a thing of the past by that time if we stick to our plan.
So also you're saying that going forward, that we will have, there won't be any deferrals. So how can we do that, for a future council? How can we, that's a wish list, I guess. So in a perfect world, but no deferrals to 2029 and on?
Keep getting reelected.
Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, in a sense, that I would hope future councils will thank the work that this council has done to tackle these deferrals. And it's not an easy job. And I know this council has, for the past 2 or 3 years, really done some hard work to tackle these deferrals. And I know it is appreciated by staff, but I would certainly suppose that it will be appreciated by future councils as well. Because what it does mean is that at the end of the next term of council, there should be no more deferrals, according to this plan. And that's, in my view, that's quite a gift to give to that next council. And I think it's an honorable thing for this council to do.
Well, that's great, but it's affordability too. So something might come forward, and you have to defer, to bring the rate down. So just a comment.
Any other questions? Councillor Joyce.
So I just want to ask some of the detail here, if that's okay, Chair. Is that okay? Is this the time now, or later in your presentation, or is this?
As we continue, I think he's not finished yet, so he's going to be going through all these as best of my knowledge.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know that we were prepared to go through all the details at this stage. Happy to answer a few quick questions, but I think if it starts to go into a deliberation phase, that should be saved for the deliberation meeting.
Okay, so if I want to ask what a L31 loader is at almost $2 million, that's for later.
No, that's a question.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer. I believe that project is 100% debentured.
It is, but
right?
That's more than a fire truck. What's an L31 loader at 1.8 million?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll do my very best, being a non-expert in landfill fleet and public works fleet more generally. So this is a case where, again, we're looking at debenture, an item we would normally not want to debenture, but because our asset management reserve isn't where it needs to be, we find ourselves in this situation. Why a loader costs $2 million or more than that, I'm unable to say exactly. That's probably a question better for Public Works. But I do take their word for it. I will just mention that one thing that our manager of fleet and transit does a very good job of is maintaining a current price list for all of the equipment that we procure. And that is, as you can imagine, it's constantly being updated based on new information. And so when we sit down with that manager to develop the fleet capital program for the upcoming year, I can be fairly confident that the prices that he's quoting are the most reliable at the time.
Oh, no, thank you for that. I'm not questioning that. I'm just curious, what is it? So, but I'll ask that to Public Works, and
Past Director Rojas could further clarify before you move on to your next question.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So the L3 is a specific front-end loader for offsite use. So the L stands for like offsite, and the 3 is the depth size. So it's a more robust tire. It's typically used for mines, rocking conditions, difficult situations, such as landfills. So it's just a souped-up loader with more robust off-site tires. I'm not sure why the cost is so high, but that's what it's for. It's a very specialized piece of equipment.
I think robust is an excellent word for that piece of equipment. Thank you for that. And to your comment there before about adhering to, if this council adheres to your plan, I'm not sure exactly where it's going to go yet, but if I'm not on council, I will be behind that microphone making deputations to future councils to, hey, adhere to the plan. So thank you.
We have a couple options here, so we can break for lunch and then come back and go through the list of things if you'd like to do that. Would that be fair? Break for just, is that okay? Okay. So I'll wait and we'll continue this. We'll take a break now and we'll just have this, just so we can get back into it, take half an hour. Is that lots of time for everybody? Okay, well, let's just meet after 12, and then if we can go through these sheets here and have a look at them, and then we can ask some questions about that. Does that sound fair enough? All right. You want to come back at 12:30 then? 12:15? Okay, sounds good. All right, thanks everybody. Let's take a break. Okay, good afternoon. Let's continue with the tax support capital budget with Mr. Adam Found.
Okay, through you, Chair. So I think I had concluded my remarks in terms of the presentation. So I think we're at the stage now where we're happy to take any questions. And I didn't know if at this point you wanted to go through the questions in order of the budgets at this stage. Leave that to the chair and the committee to decide.
Yes, we can start back at 5.2 and go through, or 5.3 and go through special projects. What's the council's request there? We do that? Okay, we'll start right from the special projects and we'll go through them. And we'll start off. Has anybody any questions with that one? We'll start with that. Yep, got those questions. Okay, and moving forward to. Oh, did you have some questions? Okay, so now next we'll go into the waste and water capital budget. Any questions? Oh.
So through the chair, so the presentation was meant to capture sort of an overview of the structures of the budgets independently. In your agenda now, there are each of those three budgets actually presented in draft. So the first was special projects. So I think we were intending, if it was acceptable to the committee, we would go through each one. At least if there was any detailed questions about projects, and then conclude with a strategy moving forward with those budgets in terms of what their actual funding is and getting those directions from the budget committee. So essentially deliberating those budgets now in terms of projects.
Councillor Richardson?
Okay, so then if we're going to go back through special projects, I would like to see a reduction in this budget if possible by $1 million.
Councillor Joyce.
I guess through CAO Taylor or the chair, if you can just help the council here in terms of process and procedure. I've asked my questions on wastewater, water and capital before, now realizing I should have held back till now. With Councillor Richardson's question, is that best asked now or in the deliberation period?
So through the chair, it's really at your pleasure as the committee. I think all we're saying is that we have today booked for work on those respective budgets. The presentation that was this morning did touch on all three, but really talked overall about sort of the funding, funding sources, that type of thing, and structure. In the agenda now is also the three budgets in their detail in draft. But it really, again, is at the pleasure of this group. If you prefer to wait and deliberate on Wednesday, then your deliberations will start with special projects. You'll then review those projects. At the end of that deliberation, what we would be looking for in terms of process is some sort of recommendation from the budget committee in terms of moving forward, either on the draft budget itself or directions to influence it and increase or reduce it.
Thank you for that. Well, back to Councillor Richardson. I want to hear how your ideas for reducing. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think I'll retract that for a few moments because Councillor Warren's saying she has some additional questions.
I thought that was the process that we were going to break, and then I have like specific questions around all the capital here, so. Are you saying that I can't have those questions answered? I have to wait till we deliberate?
No, I'm suggesting that you would be, in essence, deliberating and asking your detailed questions. All I'm saying is you would start in the order of the agenda, which is special projects, touch on the water, wastewater capital, and then go to capital. If that needed to continue, you should be comfortable to ask any questions you need to be satisfied to support any of those budgets, for sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
And we did the first two already, I thought. I asked my questions, and I thought we were going to move on to, specific capital items here, so.
Again, through the chair, the assumption was that those questions were already answered, but if they're not, then continue on with your capital questions.
Yes, thank you.
All I'm saying is that the order was, if that was concluded, now you can dig into each of the respective budgets in front of you. Yep, for sure.
But we kind of did that. But you want to do something on the spec, okay? I'll
Well,
wait.
let's just start off with any questions you have for now, and we can answer those questions for now.
confusing,
So go
that's
ahead,
all.
Councilor Warren.
Being on the waste committee, and we have done an integrated waste management plan. So I just want to know specifically what is going to be. What is the the implementation? I'm just wondering. I guess can't really answer that. So I guess some of these questions are specific to areas. So should I just
Go ahead and ask your questions.
call them or?
Yep, go ahead.
Ask the questions.
Yep, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So that's what I'm interested in. What is the implementation plan? Specifically. I have a couple other kind of broad questions. Just a second. Just something that I noticed. We have a lot of sidewalks. Not that I want to add anything extra to the capital budget, but it doesn't seem like a lot of money going into sidewalks. We have quite a few, even small urban areas that are falling behind. So that's just an overarching comment. And then I have a question on fuel cells. Where do we get the hydrogen? Is there storage? Why no EVs when we decided not to get the charging stations? I didn't think it was totally going to be kicked out. I thought it would be just kicked into this budget, but it doesn't seem to be. And so I'm noticing that there are a lot of SUVs, and I'm just wondering, why do we need all these SUVs? I think they're hybrid, but they're not plug-in hybrids. But I'm just wondering if some of them can be smaller EVs. That's a question. That's it right now. Thank you.
So through you, Chair, I do appreciate Councilor Warren's comment that not all directors are here to answer questions that are very specific to their areas. I can just do my best. I'm sorry?
Perhaps they're online.
Are there any online by chance? No, Constance says no. So I think the vast majority of those questions I'm not really in a position to answer, but I think the CAO has indicated that we would relay those questions to the appropriate directors and get responses to them.
And maybe through the chair, I mean, for the ones that we know, I didn't catch the first question about the implementation plan, but I can defer that for a minute. In terms of the sidewalk program, just generically is structured around segments that weren't traditionally put in through growth or through subdivisions and expansion. And so it's really more of an update, expansion, maintenance type program, which is why the number is somewhat low. And so in any given year, you'll see sections that were never developed for whatever reason. They may not have been part of that project, but we're sort of methodically moving through and making those connections and expanding it. It doesn't reflect a sort of broader based, brand new sidewalks, where again, we can acquire those typically through development, where we can't are on like major arterial roads or existing roads and collectors. So that's just the general nature of sidewalks there. In terms of the hydrogen fuel cells, EVs, there is a report that's coming to council before year end. I believe it's in November, to update council on our overall fleet strategy and inclusive on the results of our pilot for hydrogen and what we've been doing, as well as commenting on the budget cycle for hybrid vehicles. We don't have any vehicles, small vehicles that would be eligible for EV or hybrid in the 2026 budget. But what you were asking about was, what did we do with those that were allocated in the 2025 budget? So that report in November will cover all of those general bases.
Okay, so is that you?
Waste management strategy, they already did the plan, so I just want to know what the implementation plan is, what's involved in that.
Through the chair, I will take that one back for details. What I am aware of is the plan does need a bit of a refresh, number one. Number two, there's so much legislation change and program change, I know, talking to the converted and understand it, that we want to reflect the updated implementation planning on those changes. And so we'll continue to cover all of the different waste streams, but there needs to be a lot of update even from the plan, which I think is about 5 years old.
It's brand new. It was done last year. The waste management strategy was done last year. So I just want to know what is in the plan going forward for next year. Thank you.
Which really won't affect what we're talking about as budget. You just want to know. You just want to know that information. Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Councilor Joyce?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. I picked up on one thing here. Again, looking at what's interesting is these are all small amounts, but they add up eventually. So it's really, saving $80,000 on canceling one project doesn't really do much. But look, I found in terms of bigger numbers, the fleet, and you may not be able to answer this with a question that Director of Public Works can answer later, is improvements required to leased facility, $360,000. We're leasing it. How long is the lease, and is that a good investment to be spending on a leased facility? Obviously, it must be. That's what they wanted. It just seems like a big number. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Council might recall, Budget Committee members might recall that in July there was a closed session report on this topic. I believe we're still in the midst of negotiating that lease agreement. This special project involves some repairs to the facility in order to use it in the manner that we had envisioned. I believe over time, the business case to the closed session report suggested that doing the work in-house with our own staff was more cost efficient than contracting out a lot of the fleet. However, space was at a capacity in order to expand that. So we can work on some more details with you on that and give you an update, but I believe right now we're still in the midst of working on that lease through our solicitor.
Thank you. I actually missed the July session. I read the minutes, but for some reason I'm not recalling the close, but thank you for that.
And if I could then, through the chair, what you're talking about and sort of seeing is one component of that overall, I'll say, business case as well, which is the leasing cost. There's actually some cost avoidance for capital improvements that was taken out of the budget. It was a little over $200,000 for some works at the existing location. And then it's also a combination of pulling back on certain contracted service to then rationalize the staffing costs. So the overall business case actually runs through capital and the operating budgets overall as an outcome.
Counselor Warren?
Not that I want to take any of these out, I just want answers to the questions, just to be clear. I was kind of excited to see Natural Heritage Systems study, so I'd like a little bit more information on that if it's possible. If not, an email would suffice. And also the Agricultural Land Evaluation and Review Study, which is a great idea also.
CEO is taking notes on this one, and he'll get answers for you. Any other issues and questions that we'd like to forward to staff for some answers? Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think, no, great questions, obviously. We're on special projects, am I right still? Okay. My statement at the beginning was more about, I recognize that, we have to have our special projects moving forward, because we don't want to compromise our core goals and where we're going for quality as well. One of my challenges is, reading the consultant fees on how much some of these studies cost. And is there any wiggle room in there when we are going out to these consultants about, shorting the consultant days down so it's a cheaper, a cheaper turnaround time? Just those type of things. I'm just thinking different, because studies continually go up in price, but I'm wondering if there's any efficiencies from our end where, we ask them to do it in a shorter time and it becomes more cost effective for us as well, because I'm not sure how that works.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would say more generally, we do our very best to seek out efficiencies in synergies where they might exist. For a number of these projects, it really is necessary that they be multi-year because they simply can't be done within 1 year or necessarily even within 2 years. And so in those cases, I think it would be difficult to try to shorten the time frame. And in fact, attempting to do that may in fact increase the costs of the study because it places an undue burden on the consultant as well as staff. So I think that the question is valid, and I would simply suggest that I think we've exhausted all the opportunities there are to try to stretch out the studies where it makes sense to minimize cost, and at the same time to ensure that we get the product that the city requires.
Okay.
And maybe as a follow-up through the chair, what we probably should have done when we were getting into the different projects, and I know we're kind of jumping through different ones. So if we're talking about special projects, if we're on the same page for special projects, I think the intent was to then start from the beginning in terms of you've got an approximate $8 million special projects budget that's proposed. You should be able to see how it's funded fundamentally. So I'm on the actual first page or summary of the budget itself, whereof an $8 million, about almost $5 million, $4.9 million is from special projects reserve, which I would characterize as tax-supported funding for special projects. You've got development charges that would be making up approximately or close to $2 million on those respective projects. Capital contingency was talked about as a strategy to shift for smoothing out, if you will, the shift of IT projects into this new budget category or area. And then there's a modest economic development reserve transfer for studies. So essentially, from committee's perspective, you obviously can recommend what you wish. Where you will have impact on 2026 tax support is projects that are funded by the Special Projects Reserve, almost entirely. So that would be one consideration. Then secondly, it would be prioritizing, or which ones have either been in the queue or they're new to this particular budget, and how we can try to influence. I think what staff were looking to do after your deliberations this week is have a strategy to influence and start to influence or bring these budgets down, which is essentially where I think Councillor Richardson started. And I think we should go there. I think today is the day to do that, at least fundamentally in terms of directions, and then concurrent with that, we can give you updates on your questions related to projects themselves. And then at the end of the day, we should be able to come to a place where you're comfortable recommending that particular budget. But I wouldn't mind, if it's okay, Chair, just to turn it over to the director, just to characterize now in the special projects, kind of where at least staff were thinking there may be some relief or areas that we could recommend through to you to influence this particular budget.
Councillor Richardson, your light's on.
That's, oops, sorry.
Okay, we'll leave it up to the director to give us a recap.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Manager Found and CAO. What we're looking at on the screen, as the CAO just indicated, right now, 4.9 million of this special projects budget is being funded from your operating reserve. What is included in the operating budget at this point in time that is already facing pressure is 4 million. So we appreciate the councillor's recommendation that we remove $1 million from this special projects reserve in order to self-balance within the operating allocation that we had estimated in our long-term plan. So that means staff will go back and work with, with all the departments and come up with that savings to achieve the 4 million. What you're going to see, and I'll sneak preview now, is that we have a strategy to address the $13 million challenge that the mayor identified this morning in his preamble. Included in that budget strategy is a way to help fund this special projects reserve, even at the 4 million, that we have a mitigation strategy to help soften the $1 million increase from 3 million in 25 to this 4 million in 2026. So there's a two-pronged approach in front of us. The councillor is quite accurate in saying we need to remove $1 million today, give staff direction to go and do that with our colleagues at the senior management table, and then we'll be bringing forward a further mitigation strategy to help balance the overall $13 million pressure. Was that clear?
Thank you, that was clear, and that was kind of where I was going, is just trying to, you know, analyze that pressure and that jump and seeing where, you know, where can we help out to soften that's, you know, that special project reserve, because that's the one that's tax supported.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Director Buku. I do need clarification a little bit. Excuse me. This budget that's been presented is based on the long-term financial plan at 5% plus 2%. Am I correct with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Yes and no. The long-term plan anticipated the 7%. This particular special projects budget in front of you is not in alignment with the long-term financial plan. To Councillor Richardson's point, we do need to remove $912,000 in order to fall into line with the long-term financial plan.
And to Mayor Elmsley's request to get it to 4%, how much more do we have to remove?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, are you speaking in terms of general operating? How much would we need to remove to save? We anticipate approximately 1.5 million is 1%. As our growth continues to grow, that number changes ever so slightly. I'll be refining that in the next few weeks with our MPAC expert and Linda Liotti in order to determine that exact, but we've been using 1.5 as the ballpark.
Thank you. And the 13 million you're talking about, what does that refer to?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is the number the mayor identified in his opening remarks this morning, that the operating budget for 2026 is not balanced at the long-term financial plan 7%. We have a $13 million challenge to address on top of the 7%.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Warren.
So, you know, with the 2% and the 4%, that's 6%, which is really not that far off the 7%. So I'm not sure if a lot of people can't afford that sort of increase. So just a comment. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Joyce, you got something on your mind, I can see it.
Well, I'm just going to say here that, yes, council can make suggestions, but this really falls on staff because they know this better on, okay, this is what in order to get into that zone that we're talking about, the CEO and the directors decide how to get there. So that's my suggestion. So, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're bang on there, Councillor. I think your general direction to tell staff to go back and reduce the special projects reserve transfer from 4.9 to 4 million. If you direct us at Budget Committee, we will go back and do that and come up with a plan before we start deliberations, or be working on that as part of the deliberations between Budget Committee and Council. So if you generally give us that direction, we will go back to the table, and as staff, we will find that savings.
I'd like just to start off with, then if we're going to do that, we'll need a motion to do that. So if somebody would like to make a motion to Councillor Richardson.
No, thank you. And that's the motion I'm putting on the table right now, is to have staff find that $912,000 to get us down to that 4 million mark. And if they can find some ways of making that work and we can hear it at the next meeting, that'd be awesome.
There's the motion. You second it by Councillor Warren, or do you have a question? Seconded by Councillor Warren. All in favor? All in favor. Okay, perfect. Okay.
And then through the chair, I mean, any advice that you want to give as we go back and start to sharpen pencils, I mean, is obviously appreciated. And so if there's particular projects, that's why I was saying, if you're highlighting certain ones, whether it's, can it be deferred later? Is it necessary? Even just the general questions. It is very helpful to help guide us so that we can get to that with your sort of endorsement, if you will. So appreciate that sort of direction to work on the tax supported side for the overall budget. And we've marked down the different questions that you've posed in special projects as well. And certainly please feel comfortable to follow up and send those other ones, or if they are ones that you want to challenge or expose a little bit better, then we're open to that as well. And that can be today or Wednesday, Thursday, after you've absorbed some of the projects and what we've said.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through Chair. Question to CEO Taylor. Would you prefer direction on the overall property tax rate now as a motion, or later in deliberation period?
I guess through the chair, yeah, and it's certainly not my preference that's going to guide this by any means, but what staff are doing currently or in the immediate phase is we want to work towards at least the long-term plan parameters. And that's why there is this $13 million you're hearing. we're very rapidly looking at how do we scope that. The Budget Committee received some advice, if you will, or a recommendation from the mayor for a certain target. Ultimately, your work is essentially to recommend a budget back to him. He's asking that it be within 6%, just for simplicity, but Budget Committee can recommend what they wish, ultimately, at the end of the day. But we're working within that mandate as staff of the 2 and 5, just generally, to start. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to make a motion then, but before I do that, I have a bit of preamble. First of all, I want to thank staff for, I do think it's a good long-term financial plan. It's sound, I've gone through it, it does make sense. But there's a missing component, and that is, can the taxpayer afford it? There's indications. Unfortunately, we're headed into a recession. I mean, if you look at the stock market, you look at the macro, things are still at the moment rosy, but if you peel back the onion layers and, cardboard manufacturing as an example, boxes. They've laid off 10% of their workforce. They're not producing as many cardboard boxes. Why? Because people are buying less. It's a strong indicator of where things are going. So that's worrisome. And if I can use an analogy here, you have a family and they have a mortgage and they have a line of, through some curveballs in life, they have a line of credit. Now, we all know if you can pay down that line of credit faster, over time, less interest you have to pay. And in the big picture, you save money. But my kids are I got to pay for kids going to college. There's another baby on the way. The car's breaking down. I got all these other expenses. As much as I want to pay down that line of credit, I can't. So it's going to cost me more in the long term. So I kind of look at our taxpayers in that light. So on that basis, I want to do more. I would like to make a motion that staff find a way to get it down to 3.75%, below the 4. Make this work somehow. Capital levy at 2% makes sense. Our number one complaint continues to be roads, and this gets us our road repairs and maintenance there faster. So that does make sense. So the 3.75 plus 2 brings us to 5.75 overall for 2026. And that's my motion.
Maybe through the chair, just a comment. I mean, I'm not sure that the committee needs a motion to direct that, quite frankly. Nope, and I know, and I appreciate that now that you've sort of walked me through it. The committee's role and responsibility is to recommend a budget back to the mayor. You can take it wherever you wish. You've got parameters that the mayor has established or is endorsing, but that doesn't stop you from going further. In fact, I just do it. But you can do that through your specific motions. You don't have to have a motion here that directs us to find that target. Now, having said that, when we come back to you and we were talking about $13 million problems, getting from 5% to 4%, there's going to be a number of strategies that you can pick and choose as you wish as a committee. But you don't need to set an additional target for budget committee in this case because it's already been established. But you can go past it. And it was done by the mayor when he directed and appointed a committee and established that the committee recommend a budget within the long-term financial plan parameters. That was part of the directive. He came today and then added to that ideally, based on what he's hearing and what is being proposed through individual council members, a revised target at least. So you actually got two targets that you're working towards. You don't need to, I just say you don't need to pass a motion as budget committee to establish a further target, but you can certainly continue your work below 4.
Okay, I am recommending a 3.75.
Sorry, then you just pass a motion and that can go back to the mayor. Like, you don't need to direct staff to find it. We're working to, within whatever the guidelines are that are given to us, and then working through those details. If you're simply saying you want to recommend an end goal, and then between staff and the mayor, get there, then that's your prerogative as the committee. What I think it's more of an iterative process that was really recommended, and then you would be able to look line by line and influence the budget in more detail than just simply the end result. But I certainly respect where you're going, and you have every right to make that recommendation back to the mayor, and then in theory your work is finished.
The one thing we don't know also either is that $13 million challenge. We don't know where all that money's coming from either, so we still have to wait to hear where that's all coming from. So it's pretty hard to make those decisions when we don't even know where we're going to come up with that 13 million challenge. So, yeah, so, Councillor Joyce.
This is just a comment, is the difference between last year and this year. This year, we have scope, source, and rationale lines. That's very detailed, which is great. But it also, you see a line item and you go, well, that's a lot of money, or do we really need that? But then you've backed it up with the argument. So going line by line, it's hard to pull something out when you have the rationale here. It all there are still a few questions, but it's something we have to leave to staff to figure out. It's not us to get into the micro of this.
I'd have to agree with that. So again, as we go forward here, our recommendation, we still have Wednesday if we need to review any of these for the whole budget. We've listened to everything now. This is the end of listening to everybody's budget. We still have the opportunity to talk about it on Wednesday, and going back and see if we can find some more savings. We still have that opportunity. Councillor Warren.
I was just going to say, I think it's a mix of both, having us look at things and going, maybe we see something that staff haven't seen or whatever, but it's a bit of both, like it's always been, I think, so. Okay.
Just remember, though, if we're looking for a tax decrease, it's operational, right? Capital is off to the side, so those are the things we've got to look at. So I recommend that if we're meeting again on Wednesday, we bring those suggestions or whatever to our next meeting. And like I said, just focus on those type of things, and then and any questions we have, we can forward them to staff to get back to us. We still have a couple more days to deliver if we need it, and that's the reason why we made those timelines to work on those things. So I'd recommend that we come to the next meeting with some specific questions. If you have them before, we can send them to staff and get them and have the answers for us when we come to our meeting. So that's my recommendation, if it's okay with the rest of you. Any questions or concerns on that one?
And maybe just as a follow-up, Chair, so what you haven't seen yet is you've seen all of the component parts, but then the overall operating budget, sort of in its entirety. So I think if it's okay with the committee, the other thing we were intending to do on Wednesday is quantify, now that you've had the conversations about all these component pieces, you've heard a $13 million problem. You've heard that gets you to 7%. You want to get lower than that. Here's some strategies and ways to actually influence the budget on the tax support side. And we want to walk you through at least the strategies. So you already passed one today, for example. You said take $912,000 of tax supported commitment in special projects out. So we'll come back to you with that strategy. I don't think on Wednesday we're going to say we took out project A, B, C, and D. We just won't have time in 48 hours. But if you're comfortable that we can work now internally and with the mayor to say, this is what budget committee targeted. I'm thinking for the rest of the budgets, you'll have that same. You'll be able to say, hey, we put 25 million of tax support into capital projects. Those that are, maybe you want to shave it off there, I don't know. It's the same for operating, and you can start to target rather than line by line, but you need the line by line to inform it. But essentially you would be directing us, find $2 million here, find $500,000 here, and so on. So we will bring that strategy or pathway to you on Wednesday, if that helps.
Councillor Warren.
So once that happens, then we move forward and go into deliberations at a future date. It's not all said and done on Wednesday.
It could be. Well, again, through the chair, there's Wednesday and Thursday are blocked aside for your committee deliberations. And those can be line by line on the extreme one end, or they can be directional. It can say, I want to get to 3.75 on the operating side. Now I've heard different strategies. Work with the mayor and find a way to shave off here, 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 and here. So I liken it to more of a roadmap of those different strategies to get to the end result. But again, we want to be respectful that council and committee need to understand the net impact to that, which is why we're exposing it line by line or project by project, so that you're not disappointed that a project was removed arbitrarily. It would be within the direction and the mandate you're giving. And if you have ideas even at that granular level, then those should be known as well. But ultimately, we all want to get to the same path at the end of the day, which is a 2% capital levy and something for operating. And that's what we were thinking you'd be comfortable to get to by the end of this week. If you're not, then we need to look at how do we provide other dates and other information for you to make that decision comfortably.
So we can't get that ahead of time for Wednesday? It's very busy. Everybody's busy, but you know, we have a committee of the whole tomorrow also.
So what do you need? Are you talking about the strategy?
Yes.
So we'll work on that, and yeah, we'll publish something or send it to you in advance so that you can at least get a preview. It won't be like pages and pages of, and it shouldn't be, it won't be anyways in its end product, but we'll get you some information in advance. Sure.
And I think this way, if you don't mind, the way this is set up is that there's no rush here as the committee, and if we need to take more days to talk about it, we will. So nobody's rushing us through this. So if you know, again, I don't want that to be an excuse that we don't have time or anything like that. If we need time, we'll get it. And there's days to do that. So if we need more time and more meetings, we'll just have them. Simple as that. So that's up to the group here to decide. If you need more time, then we have a few more days to deliver it, and we do that. So is any other questions? Everybody's okay for Wednesday? We have committee of the whole tomorrow, and I think the next meeting's at 9 o'clock on Wednesday, so if there's anything that we can figure out by then, be prepared to have some questions, and I'm looking forward for the report on Wednesday to guide us through it, so. All right, if there's no other further questions, then I just need a motion. I need a motion to approve the, motion to receive the 2026 tax support capital budget, yes. Councillor Warren, second Councillor Joyce, all in favor? Thank you. And a motion to adjourn. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Joyce, all in favor? Thank you.